Oh my god, I think that song's about to end for like half of its runtime. Hello, hello. Be at ease. It is I, your favorite streamer, Cheese Louise, and today we're playing some more Ace Greatest Tourney Chronicles because I do what I want. Um, Last time we started case 3. We only got through day 1 investigation. I took like a 20-minute nap, like partway through the stream. It's not a joke. Um, Well, yeah, teleportation is a thing, I guess, maybe. We're probably going to prove it's not actually a thing. But yeah, there's science and stuff. Did everyone have a good Christmas? It is currently the day after Christmas. Did everyone have a good one? I hope you did. I hope you got to see your friends, your family, and your loved ones. I hope you got nice presents. Or at least I hope you had a nice, relaxing day. That's the best I can do for you. Uh-oh, here's the music that makes me want to pretend to sneep. Sneep? Sleep. Don't do it, Cheese. You'll actually fall asleep in like an hour if you do. Just go to the game. Go to the game. Oh. Do you hear that? I didn't press the right buttons. There we go. 23rd October, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Alright, hold on. I always gotta adjust my camera just a little bit. If I was good at streaming, I would be able to do it subtly without informing you, but I think we all know that that is simply not the case. Anyway. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Oh god, this guy. Alright, I need to desync my wigglies. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. There we go, they are very desynced now. I'm Herr Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It makes kinda sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I don't know if you call it atmospheric pressure, but sure. I feel it every time I'm here, that gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? Dun, dun, dun. I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well. You won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? Herr Naruhodo. I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. So, he wants us to prove that it was an accident. Because it is an accident, then they can't like seize the technology. However, I'm fairly confident, this being an Ace Attorney game and all, that we're going to prove that it was not an accident. Not that he did it, of course, but that someone else did it, and it was therefore not an accident. So, sorry about that, Hairbrain, but, sorry. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Of course, the game itself is going to recap. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. Really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here. But Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. I knew it. Just, my voice was on point. That was very mean, Reno, leaving me alone at home with Harley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you? Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir, I am he. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Ah, yes. Franz the magazine is on sale in Germany, too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the Adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Wunderbar! Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerns me a snake, I seem to recall. Now, speaking of German. So for the last several years at Christmas, my sister has gotten me volumes of Yotsubato, which is a very cute manga. And this year she got me volume 13 and 14. But I noticed volume 13, like, hey, that's not how they usually look. That's interesting. And I flipped open a couple pages, and it's like, ah, it's the German version of a Yotsubato. I can't read this. She's like, what? No, you know how to read German. It's like, I really don't. I can vaguely understand the types of sentences they're saying, but I will not know any of the nouns. So we're gonna gift Amazon gift return that one, see if we can get the English version, and but that's okay because she wanted the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and I got her the normal trilogy, which was the one she put on her wish list, but she wanted the extended trilogy, which understandable. But I just picked the one that was on her wish list. It's her fault. I had the right one on my wish list. She's the one that bungled. Anyway. No, that was the Speckled Band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. Just like I appreciate your support, viewers. Wink. Like, comment, and subscribe. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh? I have urgent business at Madame Tispel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it's going to be related to this case. I mean, I kind of knew it was going to be anyway, but how? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Naruhodo. Wait, Naruhodo is I see, but it's I understand? It should be I understand. Yeah. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I worry about how you solve cases when I'm not there to correct you. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely. I totally understand. Ich verstehe. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, why thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? Hey, I need a volume check, because I get paranoid these days. Ear, if you please. What's this about? Hey, I need a volume check. I was a little behind already, isn't it? That's not good. Anyway. It's okay. As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. Thank you, Sholmes, for laying that down up front. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to do something with my throat there. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding, in fact, succeed? That's contradictory. Objection! And it's that contradiction that will be the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. So... Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runo. But chin up, you can do it. Are you not going to help me, Iris? Oh, what about you, Iris? Ah, no. I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Boy. It's almost like we should cause a verdict that means that they'll get to actually look at the machine and realize that it's bogus. Because Hairbrain doesn't strike me as like a mad scientist, you know? Like, I think he knows it doesn't work. I don't know. Sorry, I was putting a little bit of lotion on my hands. There might be dried out there. I didn't read the thing. Whatever. Old Bailey, courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Hairbrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without Suzato-san today. I mean, Iris helped us find in case 5, but she's not here either. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks, but the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asmund's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Hairbrain. My face doesn't want to line up right today, does it? Very well, then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. I don't buy that. Let's see what kind of crack jury we got. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? Oh, that's a new person. I'm most grateful to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. She's new too. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hands. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends shivers down my spine. Also new. They are all rich. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials allow nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang! Oh, jeez. We have to listen to what's here on both sides of the fence, they sit on one. That's it, isn't it? Is that a child? Hey, there's a police officer in the jury. That seems problematic. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. That's the police killer Automol look-alike. Again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dreams of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events. As such, the eyes of all London, no, the world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. Yeah, might sus, isn't it? One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantaneously to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? It's not. It's sci-fi all the way. Hang on, I'm distracted for a second. What am I doing? Sorry, I'm gonna be grinding FGO off to the side because it's like the last day of the event and it's a lottery, so I wanna grind it out and get as much stuff as possible. I am not gonna remember the jurors' voices are all like the same. Well, I don't believe it is, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. Ha! The whole idea is absurd. My hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Order! Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Alright, kind of weird that your first witnesses are the accused and a police officer. But whatever. Witness says, state your names and occupation for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation.
Albert Harebrain, scientist. Wunderbar.
Like, it's hard to, like, get back into it. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Ja, das ist richtig. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? Incredible explosion.
But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in the photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it? The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim ran straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man. We're putting them aside for the time being. He was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right. That must be it. My splendid machine. My Paul Potter splendid machine.
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Was? The wreckage? Wreckage?
Wait, don't pronounce the W in wreckage.
The wreckage?
With that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness?
What? Sorry, me? Me?
No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How could you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we'd better proceed to the formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. So, like, here's the thing, right? Like, do they have any recorded experiments? This wasn't their first run of the machine, was it? Allegedly. If we were to believe that it is a functioning teleportation device, like, this couldn't be the first test. You don't test it on a human first. You test it on objects, then you test it on rats, and then you test it on dogs, and then you test it on humans. Like, not dogs, whatever, you know what I mean. You guinea pig it before you get to humans. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam protection, that's all. That was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination reveals another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. And this fella's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart? Information I'd really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No. That couldn't be further from the truth.
I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. Hang on, I'm gonna hydration check real quick. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly to the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident.
That's what they all say when they accidentally kill someone. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. What if he was just holding a knife and it fell out of his pocket and stabbed him?
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. The autopsy report has been entered in the court record. Alright, I think it's about time we looked at both of those. I was there in person, you know. Wait, what voice do you have? I was there in person, you know. Saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Hard to think otherwise, really. My voices for the jury are so inconsistent. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I need to focus here. It's been a while. Someone crashed into the crystal tower, had a broken neck.
Hold it!
Oh, I didn't look at the evidence. Hold on. We never presented this to anyone. Alright, photograph in front of the victim and take it after you've been beamed. Bruised tower shows the apparent stab wound to the chest. I mean, I see shards of glass around. And I don't see no dagger. Like... He's strapped in, he's got a little head pillow. Interesting. Also report victim Details of the victim. Name, Odi Yasmin, age 47, nationality, British. Time of death, 21st October, around 2:20 p.m. Cause of death, hemorrhage of the wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by sharp implement. Additional observations, a broken vertebra, most likely resulting from the impact after sudden fall from considerable height. Okay, but how do they know he was stabbed first? Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. Which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Ah! After the explosion, the cage with the fellow inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So, although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor. What was the cause of the fatal disaster? Made minor miscalculation angle of the beam, that's all. That was my mistake.
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally?
Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out.
Only you got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I could make a mistake. Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it.
As someone who knows someone who's brazenly confident all of the time, no, it doesn't work. It's just annoying.
I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variation, so I just don't understand how this could have happened.
Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose?
Ah. Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3!
So much for safety first. I think it must be for safety third. Post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? 2, right? Obviously, at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips. If you don't keep butting in every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. Meta. The victim plummeted 30 feet into the glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that that is the cause of death. Right, that's all what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it? There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Oh. I didn't mean it. Go back.
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received the report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Ah. Oh yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Counsel?
Ah, there he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew!
Andrew? Of course.
Ah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead.
Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank.
That isn't...
It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt.
No! No!
I love him, he dances when he talks. Yeah, a lot of the defendants in these games are very, very mobile. And that's not all. Also, hi, Milk. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
What? What?
Order, order! Reminds you of Elite Beat Agents? You know, I never played that. I always kind of wanted to, though. The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Screwdriver has been entered to the court record. Thank you. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon? Gimme. Alright, Andrew. What What do we got? Is there like something inside? I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. One screwdriver was found poking through the grill on base where remains the kinesis machine, very distinctive handle. Poor Andrew, he's bloody. Who got blood all over my friend? Why, you don't like being a little bloody sometimes? You should try it, it's fun. This is blood. Mr. Asmon's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Yeah. Is Andrew a girl screwdriver? You know, I have a response to that, but I have the family-friendly tag on, so I'm not going to. Great. So, the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and the fellow's the only one who could have done it. What grounds do you have for saying that? Ha! Do you really need to ask? There are only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of a whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. Oh my gosh, I lost my ability to read! Let's try again. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right. I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. It's a little early for one of these, but here we go. Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor!
Ach du Lieber, sorry. It took me leid. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said no, that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Ansman, as you say.
Eh?
Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I had heard.
Then surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage should have been a bloodbath, no, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to see a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose not.
You see, not one!
True, I didn't see anything like that.
Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument.
Order! Order! Oh, already with the wine. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends Google.
Adduce.
Adducing. Cite as evidence. Okay. Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Baruch. But I'm really not a patch on you.
Wait, what? But I'm really not a patch on... What? Stop with your Britishisms. Oh, there it goes. No, you're not.
No? 9?
You neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have.
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this?
Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. Alright. I know what to present, but I'm going to press it anyway. Why would you think that, Inspector? With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for the want of a better word. I see. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Ugh, where's Susada-san when you need her? If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from the view with his body before stabbing Asmund in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device, the screwdriver still where he planted it.
I would never do such a thing. Not to my precious tools. I would never use them for such dirty work. You only use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist.
The fact remains that the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated.
So that's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Van Zieks keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible.
Yeah, no, I know where it is. Andrew!
Objection!
You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal?
Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fella was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world.
Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is...
Hang on, have you ever actually tried to stab someone with the screwdriver? It doesn't really work that well. That requires a lot of force to go in. And personally, I don't think Hairbrain is capable of exerting that force. But that's not what we're going to prove.
The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage.
What?
It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Ah, well, you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Eh? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing.
Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have been on the stage. Ah! That's right. It shouldn't have been beamed... It should have been beamed across the crystal tower along with Mr. Asman. Words. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Wah! Wah! Order! Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I think... It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. Yay! This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. What? I've never heard that expression before. My lord! If the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Van Zeeks is stumped. What? Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't vary!
About what?
Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency.
What?
Even if Andrews had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest. Andrew. My trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations.
What? What? Wait, what? It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. What, metal can't be beamed? Or should I say this brilliant scientist explanation? Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provides us with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. Hang on, let me do something here real quick. Boop. There we go. I just had to adjust something in OBS. It was bothering me. It wasn't affecting the stream, though.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work would not have been possible.
Hang on. Does he have a stab through his clothes, or is he just bleeding out? Objection, his hair is funny. A little bit. I can't tell if there's a stab through the clothes, or if it's just bleeding. Love his fluffy hair. It's like a little sheep. Yeah. Do fluffy scientists dream of fluffy sheep?
Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machines that we built together.
It's actually a wine stain. I'm pretty sure they tested it to see if it's blood. Spit wine on his chest and then took a nappy. And then his spine broke. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is the thrust? That, based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. The reason I'm wondering if there's actual stab through the clothes, because he's like a gangster or something. I'm wondering if he had like some sort of metal patch on his chest, and when he got teleported, the metal part of it didn't go with him. And that's why he started bleeding. Or something. Your spine don't break when you nappy? Not on Sundays. And today's a Sunday, so. In other words? In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore? And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from food for that very reason.
I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain?
Yes?
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. Ach, nein. My only interest lies in the upholding of my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all.
Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I started firing. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. What do you mean? And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way.
No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the highest esteem.
Is that a real quote? No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Chat, tell me. Google it. Is it a real quote? Hello? May I... A button? Hello? Okay, that was weird. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you?
No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know.
No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. Interesting, interesting. So I started blasting as a quote. I know that! Don't think it's from a scientist, though. Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is the scientist?
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't have the rights. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know.
It might be worth keeping the names of your idols in mind. Nah. I don't need to know the name of my idols. I just know she eats tarantulas and speaks English real good. That's all I need to know about her. I don't need to know her name. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. This scatterbrain even forgets my name at times.
So Lord Van Zeeks really did have a friend once. But I didn't notice hell freezing over.
Because that happened before you got here. Hypothesis states kinesis cannot transport metal, though.
Hold it!
Why? Your hypothesis states it? So, this isn't proven then?
No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis.
Oh.
Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct.
What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy?
It's the whole reason that birdcage was made of wood, you see.
Sorry? The birdcage?
Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage. C. obtusa. In which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis.
Ah, the jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort. It's not a jail cell. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes. Jawohl, sehr gut. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model.
But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not?
Ach,
Ah, indeed, sir.
someone beat me out of this nightmare.
It's okay, Ryunosuke. We got this.
In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Haru isn't an inconsistency.
You seem to be pleased by that.
Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased?
No.
I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asman losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that.
No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asman?
Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. Zwei, 3 Zeit.
Ah, I translated every word except for or.
Zwei oder 3 Zeit.
Look at me, I'm regular German over here. Anyway,
And we only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project, and the research grant, of course.
Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible.
Hold it!
How did you come to know Mr. Asman in the first place?
He gave me this trading card. A year ago now, a small provincial scientist journal published a little paper about my work.
That's a scientific journal? Good gracious! I should need new spectacles.
I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis, great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass.
Watered down water?
But Mr. Asman read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory.
And offered you money to help fund your work?
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asman provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together.
There's an engineer. The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate.
We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asman took care of all of it. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything. Now do you protect the incredible machine that we built together?
Hold it!
I'm surprised we didn't add the engineer to the court record. When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction?
Yeah. Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of the machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer.
That again. Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yeah, I realize that. But still, if someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asmund and I toiled over that machine for so long. We put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair because what happened was an accident.
That's the extent of the testimony, then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Have you ever tried teleporting metal before? Alright. So let's... Hold on, we're gonna page through these real quick. Be clear, I'm still at stage of gathering data. Hypothesis kinesis cannot transport metal though. Hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. I'm pretty sure that's what we need to present on. In other words, points just raised by... Okay, shut up. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, it wouldn't have been possible. Now do you protect the incredible machine we built together? Okay, I don't think this helps in any way, shape, or form. Wait, did I not examine this? The Reaper Tact. The kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. And this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zeeks. As a result, by the sound of it, it makes you think, if that's how the justice system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. Yeah, lost cat, by the way. Okay. Still don't know how the green canvas goes into things. Scorch marks at the end. Crossbow. I've been found behind a tree. Nothing new on that. Okay. Wait. His glasses are metal. Yeah. And also that might be a metal button, I'm not sure. I noticed his little binders here are wood, but...
Objection!
Ha! Got him! Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made, is that right?
Yeah, that is richtig. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman was wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not metal. No! Nine! 9999!
We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, you should have also predicted that the metal rim spectacles would be found in the same place.
Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis!
Also, it doesn't make sense for the screwdriver to be found outside of where the birdcage was, because if it should have just fallen, why would it travel a distance? Anyway, Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Wah! Order, order, order! Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. Oh, we're jumping straight to the kinesis didn't even happen.
But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work.
If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide.
I need to give him like a more blubbery voice.
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science.
What? Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect?
It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of us all.
Words.
In other words,
No. No, you're not German.
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of... Whoa. The wreckage of the machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
9! Never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispenser for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil is that blessed act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? I mean, we're not gonna get a penalty for objecting.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public? He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Ah! Hang on, I need to adjust my pants real quick. There we go.
If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed.
Conspirators?
Oh, I had a little stitch there.
What would be the value of such a grant? £10?
You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year.
Ow, oh,
What's hard?
you could live handsome on that much for years.
The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
Nine. I haven't received anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Well, he starts dancing.
Ach, Varric.
And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Ach, Varric. I don't know why that one hit me so hard. Golly. Where's this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from my witnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment is no pastiche. Pastiche.
What the heck does pastiche mean? Pastiche, inappropriately applied, sham, false, or artificial. Spurious. I never heard spurious before either, but okay.
The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. That's a pretty short first chunk. It's like an hour. Bum, chicka, chicka, bum, chicka, bum, bum. Yeah, save. Uh-oh. Drop in Joy-Cons. Great, drop in Joy-Cons, Batman. Oh my goodness, okay. 23rd October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis, you've been picking holes in it from the start.
Sorry about that.
But you promised me. You said you'd prove that tragic explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. but all you've done so far is try to undermine me.
But, bruh, you can't teleport. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
Ah, but if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete.
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh. Oh no! Ach nein! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being.
Well, that might be a little over the top.
And while we're on the subject... But what about Barrick? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster. Not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being.
Alright, you stop that.
Oh, but no, wait. He's a Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore.
Glad that's cleared up. Yo, I didn't know you could, like, graduate from human into Reaper. Maybe I'll do that. Go hang out in the underworld with Callie. But, can I double check something with you?
Ah, yes, what?
The machine and demonstration you prepared, they are based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved? Uh-oh. Yep.
I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it.
It was the engineer. The engineer made a different machine that did a different thing and also killed the guy. Alright, Professor, I understand.
Counsel, defendant. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please.
It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. I mean, I trust Iris's word on it more than Sholmes. She's the inventor. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? We'll figure it out as we go. It's fine. Who needs a mission statement? 23rd October, 11 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court.
Actually, I should have taken that. Paused a hydration check.
Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Van Zieks,
I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes? Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Van Zeke, stop using so many big words in a row. It's hard to say. Okay. Alright. Oh my gosh, it's Gina. Oh. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimental stage. Oh my gosh, one that's actually German. My name is Wilhelm Grossrich Sigismund Ammerstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. What? I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on duty at the exhibition and I got up to one of their balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she had seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. Dude, you have an active fire in your hat. Stop. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. It sounds a lot lower when you say 18 meters. That's crazy. Thank you for your introductions. Now we will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had the vantage point above the stage. It wasn't a... Oh my gosh, I can't remember his voice already. It was an incident terribly. Incidente terribly. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. See French? There's this huge bang from the stage, and the next second another bang in the sky beside us. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. His voice, I can't. He should have like a clown voice. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. He reminds me of the one clown from Skyward Sword. That's my excuse for that. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near after it crashed into the tower.
A most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
I honestly wasn't paying attention to the words. I was thinking too hard about the voices. Gosh dang it. Whatever, we'll get back to it. Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witness. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly, a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. Oh, alright. Okay. Freaking bizarre.
Precisely, who is this curious infant?
I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? When I've removed my mask, this is what I look like. Alright.
Oh yes, I see a delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is that testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder.
Yes, thank you, counsel. Prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. Alright. Was the incident terrible? I'm grateful my balloons were not damaged. But one of them was, wasn't it? There's one of your balloons exploded.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them. My bellissimi bambini. Wait, is he Italian? They are very pop.
Why, kid? They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride.
Gosh, I hate Diogo's character. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for a Majesty police card, eh? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See? And the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. In other impressions, they hate me. What? Thank you, witness. I think the Corps has a clear picture of the arrangements for the balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident? Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. This huge bank to the sky, next second another bank to the sky beside us.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yep, isn't it amazing what our detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join forces and see and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was a massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that. You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky.
That's Peter.
And there was nothing there before.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Master Guts, does your memory of the day differ? Wait, hold on. What's his full name? Guts? Bohemian Boy. Okay. Balthazar Loon. Okay. My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what is it again? Wilhelm Gottstreit Sigmund Ormstein. I don't think there's a pun in there, I think it's just a long name. Just the four names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, and the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Just before the second explosion happened, next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? Never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. And you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I'm a Bohemian prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the Beetle royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony.
In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia... Oh, he did not follow up on that.
It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
I wonder if you have any evidence to support that.
Of course I am sure. I am proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored? Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
I'm not gonna argue with that.
Ragazoo, it is very wrong to lie.
Lie?
Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical.
What? Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
Madai.
I will have the army come and shoot all of you stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them.
Here you are, your highness.
If only all international incidents were so easily resolved.
Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps you could return to the testimony? Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon?
No. I did not see the explosione myself, however.
God. It's the worst voice I've ever done.
Cage fell from the sky like a stone.
She crashed.
Did you see what did you see that actually happen?
No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusione around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed.
I suppose they are his livelihood.
But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there.
I saw it there. I saw it slam into the tower after all. I am a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. It's what I like to hear. Didn't get a look inside the cage, but no one went near it after crashing the tower.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Use your head out here. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. So, because I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. What if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place.
Yeah, I was kind of suspecting that. I don't know if I ever said it out loud, but...
Two explosions couldn't have thrown everyone watching it into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time.
So I think whoever was on the stage was just a stand-in. And the machine just, like, dropped them out of the location, and they left. It might have been the engineer himself standing in. And he probably fabricated that explosion. I doubt the explosion is supposed to happen. and they had a balloon nearby with the dead body inside with a second bird cage. And it was like floating in the balloon, and no one paid it much mind because there are other balloons floating around. But they timed the explosion of that one, and the body dropped. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. As for who exactly is behind it, I'm not sure. I'm gonna rub my shoulder with a lacrosse ball. Hold on. Ooh, ooh, ah. Oh, that's good. Alright, do the other one. I should make that a name. Shoulder massage yourself. Would people redeem that? I mean, people redeem posture checks and hydrates, so... Anyway. It was a green balloon that exploded next to ours at the time. Okay, we don't have evidence to contradict it, but we have evidence to support it. Is that good enough to present? Hang on, let me get distracted by the internet real quick here. Okay. Oh god. There we go.
Objection!
No! Surely something about that last statement seems odd? You know, I don't care. Would you care to mull over precisely what you find out about it on your return journey to Japan? Ow. I wouldn't be back to give the card an answer for about 4 months, though. Rest assured, we should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, Council. You're just mean! You're just mean to me! What the heck? That was undue. Sounds serious. I have to prove my worth before he really does send me back home. Was green below? That was next to ours at the time. What? But I have evidence for that. Alright, what do we have? Screwdriver is not going to help. No screwdriver that was found poking through the grill in the base. What remains case machine? It's a very distinctive handle. Photograph of the victim. Oh, yeah, the buckles, for some reason I was thinking before the buckles were part of his outfit. They're for the strap. So, like, he could go in wearing metal, because I think this button might still be metal too, not that it matters. Didn't get a good look inside, no one went... Alright, we still got this crossbow to worry about. Oh! Yeah, he insists there's a green balloon, but this artist who sketched says not.
Objection!
Gosh dang it! How is that wrong? No. Stop being mean to me, Judge. It's not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Oh, the crossbow was shot at the balloon and made it explode. Because no one was manning it, no one was inside the balloon. Hang on, let's re-examine everything here. Sincerely, I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Is it that? Do I present the green scrap to that? There's this huge bang from the stage, and the next second, another bang from the sky beside us. It's not the sky that exploded, it was the green balloon that was next to us at the time. Cage fell in the sky like crashed the stone tower. We get a look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed. Okay. I think it's that first one. Seems pretty innocuous at first, but it specifically says nothing was damaged, and that I was kind of looking for a statement like that earlier.
Objection!
There we go. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had been operating at the time were undamaged.
See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosiones, it would have been terrible.
I wonder if you might know what this is?
Ah, I think it may be... See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope.
Sorry, the envelope?
Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon, which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky.
Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testifies, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statements that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence.
No!
Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent the whole channel 10 pounds for the experience, how awful. Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
If a man will explode that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Okay. I looked away for a little bit. I didn't realize there was going to be auto-scrolling text. Anyway. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon.
Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible.
An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
This I cannot accept!
Why not, Mr. Loon?
You are suggesting that I am a liar! That person's died in a balloon incidente!
There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day.
That's right, and I prove it! Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There is no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible.
You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Aye!
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. Of course we do.
I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you are operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. As I said, Balthazar Balloon is no liar. Every balloon I have in the sky landed safely.
Forgot about the whole clown thing. I'm just going falsetto a lot.
All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an esplosione, what catastrophe! Catastrophe!
Well, you can't get away from the fact that a bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you?
I
cop was at the yard. Reckon it was probably some debris thrown for the explosion on the stage. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. He is Italian. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloons this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. We will be for all out for. It will be for. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault in the witness' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Fine, I will. As I said, no liar.
Hold it!
Every balloon landed safely. You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor. I might not have noticed if I was given 110 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive?
I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
It would appear no mistake has been made, then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What, mate? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2.
Oh my gosh.
Obviously that ain't true. The boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, it was a catastrophe.
I already read that. I didn't need to read it again.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiot? Sorry?
I'm just gonna go high-pitched Italian instead of whatever I've been doing.
It's like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright, and a balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know.
But you can explain why a candle burns bright. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air.
See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe.
You believe? Sir, you have a fire in your hat. Okay, whatever. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive.
Good lord! I do not permit smoking of cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire.
Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode.
What is the matter with you, Signor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosione, explosione. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I'm completely sure. But if you still say that's what happened, you must show me proof. Alright, so Mr. Lin had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? We can't get away from the facts, but I'm good quality thing. I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff off the ground, mate. Always works out better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing in the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought that someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cole, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one? I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at the meeting we had about the investigation. Couples at the law, you reckon it was probably some debris thrown for the explosion on the stage. Okay. There was considerable damage to the stages in the surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the cows what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't kill over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of envelope from the balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping old fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing, niente. Say everything. That's not what he's saying. Stupid Ricazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, signor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon incident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the signor says. Signor. I don't know what signor even means. It is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. What do you got? Excuse me. Excuse me? Excuse me? Is Mr. Wilhelm Grosser Sigvinosor blah blah blah. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. What? What? I
saw the thing pop up before it made a noise.
You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do have evidence regards, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh?
If you do not have evidence.
Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments? Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance? Some tangible proof of what you claim?
Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here.
Good gracious!
What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take pictures of that? Yeah, one picture. One picture. Really? Did you take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a great balloon.
An empty balloon. I wish you would have held on screen a little longer. I'm sure we'll get to see it again.
Well, I see we're all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. With umlauts,
They. It would make it an A, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be wah, it'd be way.
They. Is that how German children cry?
They say vey. Oy vey.
That's one very bohemian sounding cry. They.
Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence. Loving the interpretations. Thank you. Photograph the balloon and enter the court record.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give a flying fig.
Oh, like real close there, dude. Family friendly.
Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure.
Did we get that picture? We did. Okay, photograph taken by Gotts. It didn't say it was added to the court record, so I wasn't sure. Photograph taken by Gotts while he was riding a balloon. Shows another balloon. He claims the green exploded after his shot. I noticed that it's empty. There are no people inside. Uh-huh. Wait, wait, wait. Is there anything of interest? There's a child down here. Any suspicious figures in the distance? I feel like that child might be important, but... Anyway, my balloon landed safely. All three of my balloons carrying passengers. We fell to the ground in an explosion. All three were carrying passengers, eh?
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers.
Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise.
See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers.
Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon.
I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
I think it's a little half balloon.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing.
See, the competition, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimental that went wrong on the stage.
This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. Yeah, good thing there's no blood splattered on the crowd, huh? Jeez. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage.
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader clearly has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. Really? It didn't look like they were agreeing. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? But wait! There's more.
Objection!
I don't know what. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that?
A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
Cause of the explosion? Wait. Is a little laser beam shooting up at it? What? I mean, that's from the crossbow, I think. I don't know why it's a beam of light. Cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying, and the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection.
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason for the balloon exploded is... Pew pew!
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. Yeah, no kidding. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear that the nature of this what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? What? How does zooming in help? What?
Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? It's not what lightning looks like, dear.
But it couldn't have been a finer day.
I believe we may be looking at fire.
A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow.
Indeed. Even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. It does? What? Sure. Okay, the arrow was lit on fire, I guess. Which makes more sense as to why it made the balloon explode. My word! Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection.
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection.
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence?
The evidence I stole, illegally! What do you mean that's bad?
If such evidence exists, Counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man!
Which evidence explains that the mysterious streak of flame that appears to be heading directly for the balloon?
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, setting a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then the esplosione of the balloon, it was fairly likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No!
Oh, melodramatic there, funsies.
Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition.
Hang on, I'm gonna hydration check. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. They didn't have silencers yet. By using a crossbow, projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off at the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implication of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Well, wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what?
My goodness me!
But... And now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council?
There's no going back down. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I don't think it was inside the balloon. I think it was, like, hanging underneath. Because if it was inside the balloon, he would be all scorched. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
Good grief! Yara yara to say.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic.
Yeah. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility, and they, like, know everything about science. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
Of course there's a magician in the jury. How did I not realize that until now? If I'm to put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Ah, yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hid inside it would have been scattered to the far winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled up with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well.
Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
Maybe he was drenched in water and that protect him from getting burned? No, that's silly. I don't think that would work. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, goodness me.
And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ah! This is pretty much going exactly how I thought it would. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zinks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. Yeah, what is it, Harebrained?
Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Dankeschön.
Professor?
But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odi Asman. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
Yeah, this isn't entirely unexpected either. It's because he doesn't want them to investigate his machine, so he'd rather be convicted of murder. Who's gonna carry on your work, dude? They're just gonna throw it in the garbage. What? What are you doing? What do you mean?
Order, order, order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove...
Beric. Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So, please, ensure this special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is altered. Is adhered to protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused confession. Confession. It's hard to say. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth.
Yeah, I do that. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed and the confidentiality of the prosecutor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? Oh, don't pretend like this is a hard decision. What Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocent? Or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Well, you know, it happens. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... I said it before you even started today. I said it before we finished the investigation last time. It was a conjuring trick. Ag! No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? Is not the question you should have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hi! How's it going, Susato? Nice of you to show up at this critical juncture. Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Do you like that I guessed who it was before it told me that I already gave her the Susato voice? Susato-san! Yeah, they just let me in here. Wah! No! No! Not again. Hold on. Wah. Ow. But what are you... Hey-ya! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Okay. I do be right back up now, though. Professor Harebrain! Ah, yeah? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ah, nein! Hey, stop. So you finally opened your eyes. Open up your eye. No, I'm not doing that. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Ugh. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Barrack. Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I never heard him speak that way before. How dreamy.
In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance.
What's that?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon?
Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Tall, taller than me, and thin, thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter, and whiter than mine.
Your hair's not white.
Let me see. One lens lens than me too, a monocle, was a stylish black monocle. One thing in particular would help to positively identify the man, you see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
What?
He built the machine?
That's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber.
Enoch Drebber? Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber. I don't understand the pun. Chat, please explain it to me.
Enoch Drebber? Does this name mean something?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination.
Oh, that's intense.
Not a damn any conjurer wishes to hear either.
Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in the scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but straight trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money.
When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhanded tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experiments of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before.
The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
Get him! Get him! Go get him! Get him, get him, get him. Hello? We gonna send some police out?
So it's true then. My invention. My great machine. It was just a grand illusion.
Welcome to the Grand Illusion. Wait, what's that even from? I don't even know what that's from. What did I just sing? I'm going crazy. Anyway, considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume?
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built? And the true nature of Mr. Drebber?
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Alright, before we pull away from this, I'd like to call out right now, he said the engineer had a monocle and was very tall and thin. Monocle, monocle, monocle. Hey, wait a minute, that guy's not wearing a monocle. But the man on screen is. Look at that, that's crazy.
When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. Then the smoke suddenly started billowing out. I panicked. I didn't know what was happening.
It's almost like you should do a test run on an object and not a person.
But I really don't know the whole I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Aw. Sad. Cry if you sag every time. I mean, like if you sag every time. I mean, sag if you like every time. Wait. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? I'm so tired of saying that.
Jawohl, sehr gut. I'm very sorry.
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks? My lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena.
Wait, do we get our not guilty? Or...
With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he is presently stand accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Okay, well. I feel like realistically we would have earned ourselves a not guilty verdict, but gameplay-wise, we haven't really reached the truth yet, so we gotta keep going. 23rd October, 1:36 p.m., the Old Bailey defendant's antechamber.
Herr Naruhodo.
Yes?
Ich bin so sorry, es tut mir leid. I was wrong. You was right. I tricked you. You trusted me and dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. What is happening?
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing?
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. I like how he had to push his glasses up twice. I feel you, bro.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
Hi, Susato. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? Oh, that's where Iris was. Oh my god, Iris. No. I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise. Iris. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that I sort of slipped out. My face when I see my friend for the first time in a long while, and I can't help but just judo throw them across the room. Same chat, right? You feel the same? It's happened to you? That's normal. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip those horses hard so she'd have missed the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. You know, I feel way more chemistry, like romantic chemistry, between Ryunosuke and Susato than I ever felt between Phoenix and Maya. Phoenix and Maya do not have romantic chemistry. You're free to ship them if you want. That's fine. I've always been, I'm more of a Phoenix Iris shipper. Not, crap. Not this Iris. The other Iris from 3. You know. Anyway. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course, so what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. What? Wait, we still don't really know what the deal is with that crown we found in case 2. To be continued? I think we can keep going for today. We've only been streaming for 3 hours. Let's go. If we're lucky, we can make it through Investigation Day 2 before the end of stream today. (23rd October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Erp. Oh, this room. It's been so long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. It's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it had been some 6 months, it's true. Hang on, I am gonna grab some munchies, so I'll be BRB real quick. Statue mode, activate. Alright, I was gonna try my legendary creation of dipping Pringles in ricotta cheese. But instead, I'm gonna try something new. I mean, it's not quite a creation like the Pringles and ricotta is, but I bought some brie cheese, which I've never actually tried before. And I'm just gonna eat that with some crackers, so. I didn't buy very much brie because I wasn't sure if I'd actually like it. So I bought like the smallest thing they had. Please, I don't want to get a knife to open this. Let's go. I bought it like a week ago and I've not opened it yet. So I got brie and crackers. Uh-oh. But the brie is not very soft. It's kind of hard, so it's maybe not very conducive. Anyway, here's the first bite. Oh. Maybe we should try it by just the brie by itself. It's like a very mild flavor. Like, honestly, the cracker taste like overpowers it. Uh-oh. Dropping things. Oh. I should get a plate. Hold on. Statue mode. A plate and a butter knife. Doom, 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 doom. Sorry, I think I was just looking for an excuse to get up for a little bit. Sitting down for this long is a little strenuous. Just a little bit. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotova. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill, with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right, so I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. We never got no letter about it being a trick, though. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. We're cousins now, by the way. What? And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. I'm pausing for suspense. Definitely not to have another bite of cheese and crackers. Definitely not. I feel like this would go better with saltines than with club crackers. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Alright, so we are very distracted, but hey, look at my armband. You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, yes, it feels like it wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there, look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. One sec. Sorry, I'm all about the stalls right now. I don't want to make progress, apparently. Why? Just had to adjust my pants. You know how it goes. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please. It was all going so well until I ruined it. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache would hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. Well, I'm just a midget. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Ms. Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter that it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsumi's lodgings? That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. I remember there was one of the cases in Game 1. It was like named for a dog, and like the preview cinematic had like a bloodhound of doom or whatever, but it like never showed up or was relevant in any way. It seems Mr. Natsumi included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Great Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for it myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Laura Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jikoku have been invited. Jigoku. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Yeah, but we only call him Judge ever. That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder? Ah, yes. I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jikoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed He agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. What? Ow. How trying for you. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Yo, chat. Did you just get tinglies? I just got tinglies. Didn't exist? How can that be? What do you mean? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Oh, give me a break. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. A. Shin. Come on. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I don't really know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she has some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? Was she Asian? I wonder. Why do I feel as though I've heard the name before somewhere? Uh-oh. Was that on the list of names? Was that on the list of names? Uh-oh. What about Kazuma? What's he up to? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. Oh, I do not remember his voice. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fight. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, that he'll never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. Your memory is terrible? Mine too. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed in the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It's just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Don't don't you dare try to feed me that he's still alive. I'll scream. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Chat, you don't get to do that. Our government tried to cover the facts up. It seems they erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burya were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? No way. No way! Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruto. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. What are we gonna... We're gonna say, like, he took a drug that, like, stopped his pulse for 10 minutes or something? Like... So if Kazuma-sama hadn't actually been dead at all... Or, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. No possible reason that we're aware of. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Alright, we're on the move. Wait, we can't move. What? Do I have to examine everything first? You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel the joy renewed. Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Yeah, but she's a woman. I see your Daruma still has only one I filled in. Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that. I rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Cute. Thinking back, that spade's been here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. Even after they reference the ladders. You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see. It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death, too, if you ask me. True dat. Oh well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. Yo, I could go for a nice warm cup of cocoa right now. Know what I'm saying? That was taken when I left London, wasn't it? I have the same photograph on display in my room at home in Japan, you know? I wonder if we'd ever be all together again, to be honest. Oh, I know. So did I. Don't cry, Susato! But here we are. I'm quite sure that there's a reason we've been brought back together. I can't deny that having Susato-san back again makes me feel as though fate has something big in store for us. Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors. But it is Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake and something on the side can do. I would definitely love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose it's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Cute. Ah! Iris. What do you want? Your room is through there. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. Hi, Iris. Iris? It's Iris. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. That was the one! One of the cases was called The Hound of the Baskervilles. It was never relevant. What the heck? But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? Alright, let's lay it on us. I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry that I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. I think this might turn out painful. I'll get my sad face ready. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the bottom that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Naruhodo?
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits.
Alright, I really thought this story was going to relate to Iris's father, and that's why I thought it would be sad, but guess not.
When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a really good reason for being so secretive about it, but still, I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I think that our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber. The engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, it's a conjurer of sorts, by the sounds of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then, we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. You must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. What's his job for the police? Or a great detective? Are you supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Alright, now we can move. But before we do, I'm going to have another bite of cheese. And crackers. Maybe 2 crackers at once, with this cheese sandwich in the middle. Yeah, Bria's like a... What?
Listen!
Red Makoto, thank you for becoming a Fezling. Glad you enjoyed my cheese eating. Bria's like a slightly sharp aftertaste. Hello, how are you doing today? Are you a fan of the Ace Attorney? Or are you just a fan of my pretty face? Oh, there's no one here. Let's go. Oh, hello. That is a new person. 23rd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Probably the face? Aw, thank you. She looks like a mad scientist, if ever I've seen one. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh! You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Yeah, well, that's their job. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special suspension that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap of metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you.
Sus. She did it. It was her. Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asmund.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Ah, right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Well, I'm not going to present anything, but what do you got? What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness! A year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
You don't have to say so ominously.
What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. The London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell.
Oh, alright.
I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba...
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted?
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean?
It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well.
Oh.
If memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jingoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge.
Did I say Jingoku? Jigoku. Jigoku? I don't know. The punctiliousness? The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Excuse me, what the... Does it just mean punctual? Punctilious.
Punctilious.
Showing great attention to detail or correct behavior. Oh. Punctilious. Hey, I'm one of those. Usually. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. Dr. Siners, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, did he say that or did I? Yeah, okay. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? Oh my gosh, I just got a pun in her name. I just had to say it out loud like 6 times. Scythe. She's a coroner. Scythe. You get it? Anyway. She was the young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Don't, you're gonna make me cry. Don't. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago. By a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrack Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word! So Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper? It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. That's crazy. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensics experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. Yeah, I saw that coming. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you're so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Alright, hold on, it's time for a little more cheese, a little more brie. It's so mild, I can barely taste it over the crackers. I suppose I could just eat it plain if I wanted. Oh. Let's stop by depression. Hey, Gerald Robotnik, get over here. What's he doing? Oh my, the whole wall of his cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Herr Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? Vo is this young lady?
Wait, no, Vo is where, and Ver is who. Which is confusing. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner.
What?
None of this would have happened. 9-9, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
9-9-9-9-9-9. 9-9-9. The whole thing. The whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Hairbrain? What have you been working on in your cell? Alright, let's see if we can actually recognize some of these equations. Okay, he's doing calculus. And some trig. Or is that calculus? Hold on. No. They're just functions. They're not calculus. The function of... Gosh, I'm looking at the one in the top left. That's like p parentheses minus 1 over x plus 1 blah 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 blah. I forget what like p parentheses equals coefficient times p parentheses x. I forget what that actually like means. Function of alpha equals 0, therefore the function of -1 over alpha plus 1 equals 0 minus delta. Wait, no, that's not delta, that's epsilon. Wait, is that all just trig? No, it's not trig, is it? Anyway.
Haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The walls was all I had to hand.
How'd you get chalk? Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
9, actually, this is my autobiography.
What? Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hampton.
Don't say diddled like that.
I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see.
You'd think me having a minor in mathematics that I would, like, be able to get something off the back wall, but... I can tell he's doing trig because he has a triangle. That's about it.
So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh yeah, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them.
The wordplay here is something else.
By Asman and by the aloof engineer Drebber.
Don't tell me about how you were diddled by Asman, okay? God. Okay.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we?
I mean, I'd be down for it.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
Hang on, I'm distracted momentarily by FGO. What am I doing? Stop it. They're gonna think you're insane. They're gonna put you in a mental hospital. Cheese? You know what they do to ferrets in there? You don't want that? I'm just stalling. Because I'm paying attention FGO. Just making noises. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, isn't that what streaming is? Just making noises. Like, comment, and subscribe if you agree. Thank you, thank you. Okay, more focused now.
No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh?
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without realizing, without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor of the prosecution establishing its case.
9-9. Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible incident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore.
Wait, I'm distracted again. Hold on. Just give me a second. Oh, no, not even close, actually. Dropping things. Oh, woo. Nope, still gotta grind the same node. It's fine. I am gonna plug it in though, actually, while I'm already being a terrible streamer. Don't even worry about it.
Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone else than Barrack, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you'd have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barrack insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. What about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind in some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set of decoration for some sort of stage magic, it probably didn't require large amounts of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas.
Burgeoning.
Full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We all want to research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all that, only to be taken for a complete fool, is too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Oh yeah, we need to like find him, huh?
Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me in my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling about that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He has a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discuss the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Trevor's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before?
Trevor's workshop?
There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It's an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Drebber there. What, are we just going to interview him? No, the police need to find him.
Well, yes, definitely, I'm sure, as in... I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this.
What, you manufacture it in Germany?
But I've absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry!
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. As the indescribable sense of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead.
What do you think, Miss Husato? Oil de machine for your next birthday? I never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example? The man was clearly very cautious, Miss Husato. I'm sure he would never have...
Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look.
What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. Afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No? Oh well. Can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Drebber's card's been entered into the court record. Hey, what about this? Professor Hairbrain, what do you make of this?
Oh yeah, that's what's just I need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it?
No, it's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually.
Then take it away. I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science.
Alright, keep your abundant hair on. Alright, time for another bit of cheese. Just a wee bit of cheese. Wait, what? Oh, that's how I'm supposed to open it. Silly me. I'm such a silly little Billy. Got another little slice. They're getting bigger because the wedge is getting wider, but I'm not really slicing it any thinner. That's okay. Should I put some brie on the screen so you can know what I'm eating? It's important for you to know, right? I don't see any transparent PNGs. Although I didn't search for them, actually. Let me try again. It kind of looks like a cake. But it's just a little slice. That's not a PNG, liar. Liars. Although sometimes when you're PNG hunting, you have to go to the actual website instead of just downloading from Google. Then you can download it. Log in a Pixel Squad? No, thank you. I'll find my PNGs elsewhere, thanks. This is important. It's very important. Oh, what? They want to buy... They wanted to buy a pack of 144 PNGs of Brie for $15. You know what? It's actually not important when you think about it. Let's, we don't need a PNG. We'll just, Alright. Alright, now the magic of getting it on the screen, now that I found one to save. I did it. Oh my gosh. It's large. Very large. Jeez. Mine isn't that large, mine is smaller. Here, I'll just put it behind me. There we go. Just know that I have Brie nearby. It's very important. What do you mean? What are you doing, Cheese? This is part of my regular streaming. I always stop playing the game to talk about whatever cheese I'm currently eating. That's why I'm named Cheese Louise. Golly. Wait, no, my parents didn't name me based on what I was going to stream. Anyway. I'm also about due for a hydration check, so I'll do one of those real quick. Alright. We're at the exhibition tower. Hey, Dogger! Doggeroni! I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. Feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot will show your mugs before long. Oh, it's Gregson, not Gina. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greatness to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. She's playing with a dog. That's not your job, Gina. Come on. Dog time is later, alright? She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yup, I think she'll follow my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? That's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted.
Are you alright?
I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris? What's happening?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what'll become of her?
I mean, you finish your training before you go, then shouldn't. I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least.
Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did you? Right, well. Any questions about the scene? You can put them to my capable detective diva there.
Alright, you are the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, what do you think about Paris? Dang it. You got a new dog, have you? Yup, name's Missile. Isn't he great? Toby's his name. I would not be surprised if they named it Missile, though. He doesn't look like Missile, though. He's not a Shiba. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. What do you mean he's not lovely? Look at him. Anyway, hello. Why did that flip around? What? Did we have to talk to Hairbrain first for that to change? Anyway, Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Oh no, we had to talk to Strongheart. Yeah, right. It's around here. You can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
Sorry, can't go up there, Seuss.
Oh!
It's like I told Odo yesterday, you and I ain't allowed near the wreck.
What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it.
What are they called again? The Forensic something? The Forensic Division... Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
But isn't it the case that the special suspension has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you.
You're supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps?
That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time of something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
Eh? You what? You met him?
This time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. I'm gonna keep talking to you, though. It was great. Wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Edo's made things off of me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. Watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client? Yes, I'm sort of wish he wasn't, though. He's the boss I fear for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all? You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber? That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that's actually from all the fried food. So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Get two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pimp shit or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper was always glugging down glasses of that old blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee? The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-guzzling demigod, you're equally badly off with both. Nah, detective sounds way better. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that, though. Glad we've put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But they don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all? Oh, I think I know what I gotta do. Where'd you find the little mutt then, Gina? Oi! Don't be so flaming rude out. Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's, how did they put it? Astray? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they've already begun being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. And they have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Don't know about that one, Ryunosuke. That's nothing compared to this little fella out there. Oh, really? The dog's gonna lead us to the engineer. According to what the boss said, once Dobby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by a rather wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such incredible skills. He's got talents and he's got skills. Well, I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. Why would they start with a puppy? Oh, because it's easier to train puppies. Doy. Old dog, new trick, saw that. I found him down on the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go, I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Alright, that's another set of dialogue complete. It is time for another bit of cheese. Uh-oh. That one didn't come out the same. It didn't, like, take the skin of the cheese with it, you know what I mean? That's okay. It's still enough. I'm not going to sandwich this one up. Or, oh. Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go? Oh, gosh dang it. We've already seen this. So we should be able to examine this and go up, yeah? Star lead on to this experimentation. Let's go and see what we can find out. Let's see what we can see. Yeah, that's a trapdoor. Look at it. Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrained went to in order to obtain the research grant. No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look, is that... Lord Van Zeeks? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do best to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? You mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of an explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Don't be such a baby. Not looking at you. Not looking at you, Van Zeeks. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. Something tells me they're not steel, though. And what they call the birdcage is right in the middle of it all, just here. Or, that was Ryunosuke, whatever. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred. The birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Well, yeah, I mean, like, everyone's watching from below. Hairbrain is over there dealing with levers and stuff. So, like, no one would, like, really see it drop. Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention, personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation, and I've realized that British buildings, being made from brick and stone, are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help but wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. It looks cool. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. Well, alright, if we... I don't actually know, I'm not an architect, but if I were to say, there at the tops of towers, there's like rooms inside the onions, right? Unless I'm wrong. And those are like the fanciest rooms, and it's at the top of the tower, but the onion design, it catches water from rain and stuff, but it doesn't let water like drip down the sides of the building. It drips away from the building. Obviously, rain can fall at an angle and not just directly down, but I'd say for the most part that's the purpose. That would be my guess, my made-up guess. That is probably wrong. You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetable dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. But I don't actually know. Does anyone in chat know why Indian buildings, not Indian, Arabic buildings have like this onion thing? Let me know. What is this? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. Sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Birdcage. Okay. Can we examine it? Ah, look here, Miss Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into Crystal Tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. But it's not the same cage. What? Oh, no. So this is the one they found over on the Crystal Tower. But we're gonna find like another one that's like down below or something. Why would they bring it back and lay it on top of the scene here? I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems much safer. Well, perhaps you have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany... I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh. Oh dear. It is complicated for you, isn't it? Least approachable man in the world, winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Lord Van Zeeks?
What?
Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Ah, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. Well.
Ah!
Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks?
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Alright, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? Hey, your hand just clipped through your sword. Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then?
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
You don't gotta be mean. Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
So tell me, what's your interest in that historical incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn.
Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which... wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. Sorry, I'm like hearing a weird noise in my headphones set.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. As white as a sheep. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Sorry, I'm messing with my headset. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Can I have it? Oh. Though it appears he already had the black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? Because you're a jerk? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph Jobber has been entered in the court record. Yeah, what's up, Edgeworth? Like, Lordworth? Dang it. Goldstown, something, something. He has long hair, he has a little plus sign, little D-pad pin. Like Neptune. Neptune did it! I can't believe this. I can't believe the plot twist that you would bring in the Neptunia franchise. Wait, no, that's not right. Long hair and a black monocle, not just a monocle. That's interesting. Ah. The file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. No, don't act like it's weird, Susato. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? He is you. Do people watch Bravest Warriors? Anyway, Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Oh! Oh! Kazuma. I don't believe it. It's Kazuma's voice, but he's pretending it's low and gravelly. Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. He disappeared. What's going on here? You really don't realize your apprentice is Japanese, bro? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
Oh no, is the final case gonna be versus Kazuma? Oh, ooh. I mean, he's supposed to be dead. Eh. I mean... What the heck? Like, that Russian woman was so convinced that she'd killed him. That's mean. Like, he didn't have to, like, stage it in such a way. He could have just been like, there's been a report that Kazuma was kidnapped, and we found his body 2 days later. But we can't show you his body. There's, like, a whole elaborate, like... Does Herlock know? Or was he fooled too? Like, gosh dang. It is a huge coincidence that Herlock was on the ship with us, huh? It's starting to make more sense. There are no coincidences. But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
Nuh-uh. He has amnesia?
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us?
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Interesting. Okay. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that.
Going to have to leave now. Why? The forensics investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Fusato. Of course. Hey, look at this. Gosh dang it. What? Gina? We're actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Apparently we can't look around the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Gina? In your capacity as an inspectorless trade? Look, I'd like to help you out. Well, I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. What can you do? I'll tell you can't do... What can you do? I'll tell you can't do nothing. You messed it up, cheese. Anyway, when it suits you, yes. Well, you know, we're about due for another slice of cheese anyway, so let's go. Alright, it's getting really wide now, so I'm going to slice it in half. After slicing it off. Yes, yes.
Alright, let's go. Sure, let's head over here. We'll yell at Sholmes. Because he should be here, right?
Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Nuh-uh. No, he's not there. I don't feel compelled to re-examine everything just because Susato's here. I'll re-examine this though, see if I can open it. I guess the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whoever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sholmes isn't over here either. Well, okay, well, he'll show up later. Wow. Yo, someone just sent me a gift on Steam. He's a friend of mine. They sent me a gift. Nice. I will hit the accept button. Nice. He got me Henry Stickmin collection. Now I can play that. On stream. Possibly. Anyway. 23rd October, Forensics Laboratory. Well, this ain't spooky at all. Really, with the owl and the crow up there? Come on. Wow, wow, wow. Bah, bah, bah. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What is he? Wow. One sec. Test. Alright, that was a weird time for the audio to delay. What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. Well, it is about 1 a.m., so it's about when it does that, so... What are you gonna do? We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Alright, tell me about these birds! Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. That's because they're, I forget the word. Gosh dang it. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're tax... Tax? Dang government. Cease. Stop. Stop it. Stop. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. That's the word I couldn't think of was taxidermy. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. Oh my gosh, the game audio is delaying too. No, not that one.
There we go. Should be better now. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Yeah, because, you know, morticians, they're like, I love dead things, gotta put them everywhere. Well, look at this, what a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet markers, well, you are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Susato, can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Gotta get that copium. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes. The chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Look at all the bottles and shells in the cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones are labeled highly toxic. Whoa, they have Twitter bottles? Bum ba dum ba dum bum. Wow. Got them. That's worrying because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here. Don't eat things you find in a lab. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. Oh my gosh. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. I mean, salt would serve a purpose for, like, preserving corpses. I don't know about pepper, though. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. True. A table and set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. I got one of those. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Ah, Father had jars like that in the laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples for some rare medical condition. Miss Susato, there's some things in the world that is perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh! So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi. Aren't they? Of course. Boy, I think we might be overdosing on the copium. Alright, well that's all that's here, huh? See if Sholmes is back home. Wait, I'm due for another cracker. Ah. Ah. There you go. Tell me. Mr. Sato, do you see this? You have such great expectation in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. Yeah, me neither. Maybe Sholmes is downstairs. No, nothing? Anyone here? Nope. Maybe if we give the picture to Hairbrain. Professor Hairbrain, what do you make of this? Go. Gosh dang it. Hang on, I have to send someone a GIF on Discord. It's important. I have to decide which GIF I'm sending. There. Alright, well that wasn't helpful. Let's move on. Well, we've gone in a full circle now. Let's try presenting other things to Gina. Okay, how did she steal our concept of this? Oh my gosh. No, stop. Oh, here we go. Gina, have a look at this photograph. It's amazing looking down on everything from up there. I love wide places, me. Really, if I'm honest, I can't stand looking down on the ground when I'm high up. I always have to look up. Shame. I wanted to show you what it's like, but ain't no point now. Why not? If all you're gonna do is look up at the sky, you ain't gonna be able to look down on you. With you, sorry. I mean, I don't look down on you or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice. I didn't think I'd ever get up in a balloon, to be honest. Not my whole life. But now I'm starting to think I might like to. Actually, let's go back to Dispels. I feel like Sholmes might be there now. Maybe not. Alright, I guess we didn't examine everything here, so we should do that. Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act! I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in the bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha! We have a new theory! But that's just a theory. A murder theory! Thanks for watching! Metal Policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I understand that London has a population... I understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? They're on jury duty for the year. No, I've been on jury duty for like the last year, and they've not called me in once. Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should set the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Yo! Got an achievement. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash! Yeah, hit him with a meteor. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. A Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not! Alright, so that did not cause Sholmes to show up. Alright, I guess we're gonna go to Frankenfurter and... frickin' Gina. Unless someone shows up here. No. Alright. Present everything to everyone until something happens. See, I already presented that. What about this? Nope. Come on. Tell me about Andrew. Professor, do you recognize this?
Ah, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they?
Don't worry, he's being very well looked after.
I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming.
Right.
And then when I come to tighten a screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. It's the age-old problem faced by driver files the world over, isn't it?
What? I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Driver files? What if you don't? How about you don't? Let's say that you don't. Let's not say that you don't.
Ah, how could this have happened?
You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too.
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of Frankenfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change.
Oh wait, I've already seen this. This is old news. We'll try everything else though. Womp womp. Gosh dang it. No, present. That's the same response he had to the photo. Interesting. Alright, well you're not helpful. Wait. No, I can't examine anything. Oh yeah, we didn't try to like re-examine the scene around Gina. Maybe we should try that. Maybe she knows something we don't. Or maybe Susato does. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha ha ha. Ouch. I'm a bad person. I mean, it's okay. Sometimes you gotta make inappropriate jokes. It's just how it be. The Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato? Yes. When I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps it was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. We already went up there. Balloons! Oh look, a flying balloon! I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. Yeah. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam, and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yumi University? It wasn't by studying alone. Huh. Alright, now we'll present everything to Gina. I think I already did this one, but whatever. And we already did this one too, right? And we presented this one, but she did have something to say about it, but we don't need to do that again. Uh-oh, what if I soft-locked? What if you're supposed to go to the morgue before you investigate up there because now Miss Scythe is up on the tower and we're not allowed up there? Alright. There were a bunch of reporters the day of the trial at the trial today, eh? One of them got a sketch of me as in the witness stand. Oh, really? Yeah, I look pretty good, right? And that testimony of mine was spot on. I'm not sure that spot on is quite right description. And look, it was in the special edition and all. I bought a copy. Oh, that's a lovely picture of you, Tina. But I thought you couldn't read. What do you take me for? I'm cramming every day. I see. I started with A and I already got all the way to E. It could be a long journey for you. Alright, we're moving. Still nothing, huh? I mean, okay. Forensics, maybe? Alright, let's go back to Sholmes' suite and examine things with Susato, because I think that's what it wants us to do. We're not going to gain anything, but I think we're locked off from characters showing up until we do this. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is. So you'd think they treat it with more care, really. But the other day, I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame. Shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear. That is a painful tale. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he's solved. It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now there's this mysterious pince-nez, a mysterious little... What's a pince-nez? What? Mysterious little box, mysterious little horseshoe, mysterious biscuit. I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. What do you mean? This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Ramps magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this? What? Iris's pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever, look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. Actually, I had to go on it the other day. The metal... You had to go. Okay. Had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Ugh, that made Susato sound angry as well. I was half expecting Sholmes to be like hiding under his desk or something. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analytoscope. I don't think that it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Miss Susato. You are joking, aren't you? This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shoddy something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stragivor. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. There's all sorts of these shelves, chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that a whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. Huh. Like, did it really just want me to read all the flavor text? I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? Why not? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. Oh. Why not? I worry sometimes about how Miss Susato-san sees me. Alright, that's everything in here. Alright, we're just gonna move one down. Watch Sholmes be off to the side. I would scream. These very European suits of armor are still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, they feel like guardians of Lord Chief Justice's office. I suppose they're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? Did you know that it's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day? I feel as though we've gone off on a bit of a tangent, don't you? You couldn't read all these books, even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Could Lord Strongheart really have read all those? Thinking about it, Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read too. Really? Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them. There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming. It makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness. I'm not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lord Van Zeeks in line, could you? Wait, there was one place that we could visit last time. It was Van Zeek's office, and we're not able to this time? Unless I've been subconsciously skipping over it every time. As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmic tick-tock today. Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing, can't it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of a steam locomotive turning. When I was a little girl, grandmother often used to take me to watch the railway engines, you know? It's an open fire for me. I could sit and watch the flames for hours. Mr. Naruhodo, we could install one in the office. An enormous wheel, turned by an enormous steam engine. Perhaps we could start with a simple fireplace? Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo? With such a grand desk? Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine if you suddenly find yourself needing the toilet. You'd have to go so far. How true. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Alright, nothing here. I believe any business that will require a visit here in just a moment. Are you sure? I already presented everything in the prison. We can't examine anything. Let's try to go up the stairs again. We haven't tried that, I guess. Wait. We better not try going up those stairs to the stage area now. If we were to bump into the forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble. Alright, well I tried. Alright, now where do we go? Madam to spells? Herlock, are you here? Lock. Did we read this sign? Is that? No, no, no. Is the game soft locked? That would make me very upset. I've presented everything to the only two people that'll talk to me. No. Maybe there's something in here we didn't examine. Maybe she shows up the instant we examine everything in the room. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Help. The book? Oh my gosh. Look at this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on on dissecting corpses. I don't know, judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all of them for? Weird. What are you doing? Ah! Sorry, we had something I wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so we read your book. So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. So you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who appeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right! If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly, in this instance, it was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. What do you mean? The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other? This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Nah. See, the thing about fingerprints is, what? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I can't see who's behind that mask. I'll get in trouble. What was I saying? Oh yeah, just because there are fingerprints at the launch site doesn't mean that he was there. Because, like, first of all, he was probably wearing gloves or whatever. But anyway, of course he's been there because they, like, he would have been on and around the machine, like, before they actually did the thing. Like, before he was killed, and then blah, blah, blah. Mama, what is this? Ugh! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello, to meet you, pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer, Mama. Yes. Can I cut this one up? Hey! What? No! Never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Stop. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Humph. Boring. Okay, I thought I was gonna like her, but I don't. I think... Is that a near-death experience? Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo. You're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Wait, hold on. Talk to me. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Suzato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Wait, but I wanted to present things! Madam! Ah, criminy biscuits. Maybe we'll find Sholmes over here. It's worth looking around, because you never know when Sholmes is gonna just be hiding somewhere for no reason. Okay. Did we get new evidence? I don't think we did. No, we didn't. Alright, maybe at Sholmes' house? Okay. Maybe upstairs. We'll find Iris. Where do I go? What do I do? Iris isn't here anymore. Fish tank. I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. I don't suspect they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. Desk. I left your desk completely untouched, Miss Susato, so it'll be ready for you whenever you returned. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning my absence, Mr. Naruhodo? Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be, after all. Oh dear. I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. Now what? What do I do? Mrs. Otto, do you see? Alright, I'm just gonna present everything to Susato. It goes by so fast, I don't have time to, like, get myself another piece of cheese. But come on. We're so close to the end of the investigation day, I think. Unless we have to do another great deduction. This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it? Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon. I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know. No, really? If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away. Quite confident, you say? Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? About this paper, Miss Susato. Yes, it's all about your great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know. I'm sorry you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zeeks, as well. Your luck might not stretch that far. Do you have any new words? What to do? Do you know? I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon. It's funny, for the past 6 months, I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court judicature back in Japan. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance. So what your father said in his letter about Ryutaro takedown is reserved? Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now. I'm ready to assist you again, in any way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, you didn't help me decide what to do. I'm gonna slowly comb over everything. I don't see nothing, I don't see nothing, I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing, I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing. What do you see? What do I see? I'll tell you, don't see nothing. Stamped up to the plate, but I can tell which book. There's something. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles, too. The labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads Deadly Poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know? Just try to avoid any bottles labeled Deadly Poison or highly explosive. I really hope that isn't the one limiting factor here, was reading about Iris's poison. Look to the left. Look to the right. Nothing. Go to the prison. Alright, is there something new to talk about? No. I've already presented everything I have. Do you have anything new to say? Stop. Stop flipping that every time. So we found like the crossbow down here before. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although if I'm honest, climbing... Oh, sure makes my chest hurt. Oh dear, I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't tell me what to do. We're so close to the end of the day, I can feel it. I really can't go to the prosecutor's office still, huh? Madam to spell help. Sholmes, help. I want to be done streaming. Oh, maybe... Okay, maybe I have to look around the forensics laboratory with her sitting there? But I mean, if it's checkmarked, it means it's going to give the same dialogue. Okay, I can examine your face, but what if I examine your shoes? That doesn't help. I'm... What the heck? I'm mystified. Okay. I guess we're Googling, because, like, I feel like I've done everything. Alright, let's see. Return of the Great, Departed Soul. Investigation Part 2. Prison, Lord Chief Justice, Forensic Laboratory. Experimentation stage. Platform. Item to spells. Clear that. Before it was you who scared the wax scenery. Now Susanna. Wait, it says examine Sholmes. He's not here. He's not at to spells. Excuse me? Is he actually like hiding in plain sight and I'm blind somehow? He's not here. Am I crazy? Is that? What the heck and a half? Alright, there must be something I missed. Alright, Naruhodo's legal consultancy, talk to Suzato, we've done all that. Panright, examine Iris, we did that. Prison, talk to Hairbrain, we talked about all the things. Move to Lord Chief Justice, talk to Strongheart, we did those. Move. Forensics, examine the book desk, turns up your ledger. Now we can talk to Dr. Scythe. Then it says move to the experimentation stage. Talk to Gina, blah blah blah. Examine the back of Trevor. Oh my god. I never examined it. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Trevor uses, didn't he? He said it was specialty important, very high quality oil that's possible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So excuse me a moment. Oh my god, how did I not? Alright, that is on me. I did not put two and two together. I did not retain the fragrant oil thing. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect it's just because there's such a tiny amount here. Yeah, I know where to go now. But you know, I'm just gonna look at the core record again. So this is a photograph, it's bloody blah. Can I examine this? Is there anything else to examine about this card though? Trevor, Trevor, da da da. Yeah, wow, that's very foolish of me to miss that actually. But anyway, hey Gina. I have a smelly thing. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A and E, so if I ain't too much bleeding trouble. Ah, actually, Gina, it's just the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. What do you smell? I tell you, don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby? Woof. His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informed us that this oil is unique to Mr. Trevor's workshop. I like this animation. For holding him out and him just sniffing. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby can lead us to that Dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right, that's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, why did you... It's Big Pocket. Always Big Pocket. If I can lead everyone to that Jabba's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. I mean, she probably won't be promoted, but whatever. Right then, Edo, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. You'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have you? Come on then, boy. Smell you later. I thought that was laughter for a second. I was like, what? Why? I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the SWAT dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here. We are just determined the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss. I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tispel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about it. His latest unusual venture. That's one way to refer to it. Alright. We're close. We're very close to the end, I believe. The end of the segment. Not the end of the case, not the end of the game, certainly. 23rd October, Madame Tispel's Museum of Waxworks. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course. Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Don't worry about it. Eek! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Ahoto, look at the waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So you can see, he's returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alors, do not disturb, Ooh. Oh, we're gonna disturb. Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. What do I do? We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective and waxwork Sherlock Sholmes. Is that all you have to say to her? Susato-san! Susato-san! My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. Stop saying via. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow, as I predicted. It was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. How'd you manage to solve it so quickly? Oh well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear that the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tespel at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with the great waxwork? We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Oh my gosh, my left wrist hurts. I don't know why. I'm not even using it for the controller that much. I'm using my hand a lot more. Ow. Give some stretcherinos. Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer, quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. Well, we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself, and a little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. We're going to talk about something else now real quick. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Oh. Okay. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. But now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. You suck. Anyway, here's a picture. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting this, very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstated it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Oh, come on. Get to the point, Sholmes. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. Whoa, the model matches the victim. That's crazy. Whoa, the person that dropped it off was Drebber. That's crazy. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives? Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors? Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. October, Madame Tespel special exhibit. Eh? Head's missing. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Husato! I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via the really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Hey, that's what's it called? Sunk cost fallacy. Actually, now that I'm looking a little more closely, we paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. Oh my gosh. When the stream's over, I have a different stream to do. Because, Cynthia was just added to Pokemon Masters. I mean, a special version of Cynthia. Look, I'm going to live stream pulling for her, but I got to make a thumbnail first. But I got to finish this first. So, this must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Suzato-san's voice tremble? Or is that fear or frustration? Okay. This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tespel said. He killed 5 victims, all noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like you could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it so there's a little more detail. Wow. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Husato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum? That'd be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. Looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I wonder. I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example? Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? Some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be... Why would glass from Crystal Tower be lodged inside Waxworks' jacket? This Waxworks' jacket. Makes you think, doesn't it? Piece of broken glass has been entered in the court record. Okay. Very strange. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. Now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork? Is it just a coincidence? Okay, what's the point of making me go closer to examine it if there's only one thing on it to examine? Just make that the initial thing that I examine. Whatever. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. He seems to be a young man. Really? Young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. I guess it is a man, huh? What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... I believe it's probably a camera. A camera, but it's so small! British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' invention as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in the graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Camera's been entered the court record. Camera from our... On the neck of waxwork. Wait, are we actually taking it, or are we just making note of it? By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look! You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. Or you should see yourself. You really do like machinery, don't you? Alright. Is there anything else on them to examine? This one, at least, like, you have to rotate the body, so that kind of makes sense. What is this? Oh, it's a shovel, boy. What a large shovel! He's holding it rather ominously, isn't it? Isn't he? What on earth is the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Miss Husato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That one's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Miss Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet with a shovel? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the grave in the first place? That's a real question. No torch examining? They have such long hair. Weird. Okay. Anyway. Oh look! The cover came open! Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, it's just a waxwork. Just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes. You're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san. She looks devastated. Weird. What a wonderful machine! You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh, yes, I do. Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely? Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me the time by rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Oh, there's blood. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my! I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Interesting. Okay. Alright, what else is there to examine? There's an owl back there. Do we have to examine them again? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Wait, what? Okay, it wasn't giving me the complete thing. So I must have missed something. Something about your tie? I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Hmm? Ah! Oh. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but... It's unmistakably him. I was assuming he was blonde from the sepia photo. Indeed it is. Mr. Cholmes! Why'd you pad out the gameplay like that? This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believed. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Did they switch the heads? They switched the heads, didn't they? A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah! Do you know, though, something about this room? It's strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on. And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? think it's time I educate you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Oh, now you'll tell me. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. Oh my gosh, the fact that Toby is with Gina is what's going to allow her to catch the guy because he's going to be like terrified of it or something. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand, accordingly. The professor was tried in a closed court. No member of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean the professor's identity? As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to... The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than... the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? Let me guess, the professor was actually Odie Asman? And our Enoch Drebber wanted to finally get him his comeuppance. That's where my money is. So this is the waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say that he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Trevor ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair was completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tispel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. What I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. He's probably visiting the grave of someone that the professor killed. Yes, what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness accounts of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in the Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No. But that would mean Mr. Trevor must have lied to the police and the newspapers. He is a swindler. He's like a known manipulator. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? You'd think he'd be using a fake name. I guess he is using a fake name, but he can't use a fake face, I guess. Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Trevor's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Ah! Well, what the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris and she said he's where you'd be, so... Stop. So, Gina, not allowed in the museum. Madame Tispel will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... So? Stop. Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy Curve's workshop. What? You found Trevor's workshop? Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. Boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. You alright, Sholmes? You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here. Being still. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Aris's dinner plate would be empty at... Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then? I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Zato. Right, let's go. Oh geez, how long is this gonna be? Alright, I am overdue for another slice of cheese. Oh wow. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only in prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then? Gina, well done for finding this place. In such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Dobby here who's the miracle worker. Are you alright?
I thought you lot would show up before long.
Are you? What? Oh, Inspector, that's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul here.
Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate.
According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensics investigation team are on their way here as we speak.
Them again?
Imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types.
Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance.
Hey, you Sholmes.
Pardon?
They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers.
Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. I no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah! Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine. Thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's become increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam.
And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite mysterious at times.
I mean, I gotta look at that right away. God forbid.
There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a talented scientist. I don't see anything else of note on it. Okay. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is this how the trick will... Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. Well, suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. The large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers? That'd be crazy. You just like ride an elevator up a space tower and you just like swing to your destination. That'd be insane. Get on it, scientists. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the special suspension for scientific blah blah blah. There'd be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Susato. Alright, not gonna even mess with Gregson. Hey, look, a ladder! It's not a step ladder, though, so don't get it twisted. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have the lock open in less than a minute. Oh, you don't have permission. And no one's given it to you. Gregson looked at though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sight of danger. Is there something else I should be finding in here? There's like nothing up here. What's the point? Why even allow me to move the camera up? There's... Okay. Quiver... Tanks... Probably... of helium or hydrogen... What? What? Gregson, help! No, I want to click Gregson! Okay, he's looking up. I'm able to go up. Makes me think that there's like something particular. Hmm? What are you looking at, Gregson? Because if you can't interact with him, he must be a clue to something. What's he looking at? What a heck. Okay, there's no sign of injuring himself. Examine the machine, Susato, blah blah blah. Examine the trophy. Examine the door. Examine the arrows. I tried examining the arrows. What? It wasn't highlighting before. Okay. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. I swear I hovered over it before and it was not lighting up. Because I was wondering why it wasn't lighting up. Whatever. Oh, do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, these. Just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep. That's more evidence to support your theory. It goes to show that Drebble was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, the whole scam. Bud. Oh. Is something wrong, Miss Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby?
Right, mind the grace. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard.
Oh, he left. Oh my, someone is in there!
This rotten bleeding lock.
My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenance, I could unlock that door in less than a minute.
Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door.
There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for?
Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency.
There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Uh-oh. Go, 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 go. What happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rest, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. There's footprints on the wall. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling?
Blow me. What have we here then?
That phrase means something very different in Britishisms, okay?
Looks like someone's trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what?
To that Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! If we'd had these, there'd been no need to muck about trying to investigate all this scrap metal.
There is something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. You must investigate the entire room thoroughly, before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Oh geez, a whole nother room. Yeah, let's ignore the bomb for now. It's fine. That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. Good thing there's a locksmith coming. Why is stuff all flipped around, though? Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite is never this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, so everything is literally upside down. But why? That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned in this very workshop? There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be here. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. I would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Alright. Set us up the bomb. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Mr. Naruhodo, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Looks like a time bomb. We should probably be running. Let's see, I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped in a large... Ah! Miss Susato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What did you say?
A time bomb? I'm sorry, but... What is a time bomb, exactly?
Eh?
You're truly one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then what is it? It's a fake time bomb? I see, so that's it. It's an alarm clock shaped like a time bomb. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go, I feel a great deduction coming. No, I am not doing a great deduction. Oh my god, it's going to do a great deduction. Alright. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first, and we're going to call that a day. I'm not sitting through a great deduction before I end stream. We'll lead off with it next time. So yeah. Thanks for watching. Wah. Thanks for chatting. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Will we justify a raid? We will not. But yeah, thanks for sticking around. And thanks for watching. Very much. I forgot to upload the last VOD after I streamed it, like the 2 days later. Which I guess still would have been today, but I forgot to upload it. Said like scheduled to upload this morning. But anyway, hopefully I don't forget for this one. But anyway, hope you had a very Merry Christmas. I hope you had a great old time, and I hope you have a very ferret New Year. You'll see me again before then, hopefully, but for now, this ferret is out.